Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Jim, and today we're going to be getting back into my series, Finish What I Started. We're going to be continuing working on the website that I'm building, and um, there's a lot of work that is going to need to be done for it to be like officially running, but we'll see what we can do about that. Um, you know, one step at a time to get um, okay. Um, for anyone that has a project that they want to work on, okay, and if you're having some difficulty trying to get like motivated or something along those lines, because believe me, I know it's been kind of tough for me as well. Um, the um, it's one of the reasons why I started up this streaming is that it allows me to kind of it sets a schedule for me. Okay, something that I can kind of hold on to, that I can kind of say, you know, it, I don't want to say it's like work. Um, it's something like guaranteed for me that I can always kind of go back to, on a regular basis. Something that I can get out of bed for and start working on things that I want to work on. Start doing things that I want to do. Um, don't know why that closed down the way it did, but whatever. Um, it kind of helps me, stay motivated for what I want to do. Okay, and one of the positives, one of the things that you want to tackle, if that's something that you're kind of dealing with, trying to figure out something to kind of do. Um, set yourself up with like a some kind of schedule, some kind of um, something that you enjoy, being able to kind of um, motivate yourself. Okay, streaming is something that I can enjoy, and it's motivating me to do more than what I've. It's more than what I'm just watching videos on YouTube. Okay, so um, so this allows me to actually do some of these projects that, I've been kind of putting off. And this particular website is one of those things that I've been putting off, I've been setting aside, I haven't been working on too much. So we're going to be continuing working on that. Hey there, party. Welcome back to the stream. How you doing, bud? How's your day been? Um, so today we're going to be finishing off the, well, uh, the rough draft of the database. Again, there's probably going to be some changes to it. There's probably going to be things that I'm going to need to add to it. There's probably things that I'm going to need to remove from it. I get that. I understand it. Um, this is basically just a rough draft of what I want to see done with the database. Um, we're fairly close um, to what we need to do for it. Um, I think I have pretty much everything done for the receiver side of things, so I'm going to be working on the portion of the um, giver portion of the database today. Um, Well, that's good to hear that you're having a good day there, buddy. Good to hear. Um, so we're gonna be uh, af after after that, we're probably gonna go into the main site, and I figure it's one of the ways that might be able to kind of help me out, maybe, probably not really, um, is implement some ads on the website, or at least implement a portion of the screen for ads. Um, you know, I don't necessarily like ads. You know, some people don't. Some people just absolutely hate them altogether, and I get that. Okay, but sometimes they're a necessary evil. It's a way to kind of get paid. Um, so um, now I'm not expecting much from it, to be honest. Especially, seeing that the website has no traffic to it, and um, it's going to be difficult to gain traffic on the website initially. I get that, but if if people share the site, if people kind of promote the site, along with myself, then um, then word will get out there, word will spread, and more people will access the site. Now, again, I'm not ready for it to be fully live yet. I mean, hell, like I said, I haven't even gotten the database working properly yet. So we're gonna be, it's still work in progress. Um, so we're gonna continue with that. Um, but before we get run into the nitty gritty, I want to remind everybody that I do have a stream team available. Um, so if anyone is interested in helping out on that stream team or just being a part of it, um, there's specific roles that can do specific functions, specific tasks. I'll volunteer, of course. Um, and it's meant for streamers and non-streamers alike. It's all built around the concept of helping everybody out. Everybody. Anyone that's on the team, we help each other out. Um, so, um, if you need help figuring out how to handle scenes or setting up your sources, working on Streamlabs, working on OBS, working on a particular streaming service, you know, that's the kind of the idea of the team. So um, all the details are in my Google document. You can find it on the application page. Just click on the link down below for the application page. It'll take you to the application page. You'll see the Google document at the very top. Check out the document. If it's something that you can agree with, if it's something that resonates with you, then fill out the application, submit it. I'll review it, or uh, when the group grows, obviously, more people might be reviewing the application, and if everything works out, then you'll be receiving an email, guaranteed. I don't want to ghost anyone for their application. So um, hopefully I'll see your application soon. But with that, let's go ahead and get right into the development, shall we? Okay, so for anyone that isn't fully aware, we have um, two roles on the website. Let's see. Um, Let me go ahead and bring up the site itself. No, just bring up the site. Okay, so um, eventually I want to have specific pages. Um, when you click on these particular links here, that will take you to the login screen, which um, I believe there is an application within WordPress that allows for me to have a login screen set up for this, for both of them. Login screen where they set up their username and password. Um, and then that will take them to their respective pages. Um, and obviously I need to create um, a um, a sign in, a sign up for each of these respectively. Um, the trying to uh, need a sign in for the givers, subscriptions, and just regular details about them. I don't, seeing that the givers are subscription based, this is another thing that I'm going to try to avoid is keeping credit card information. I don't want to necessarily have responsibility as a not-for-profit company on holding credit card information. Now, as the company grows, that may change. I may need to go to, I may want to consider setting up my own kind of service for that. But I don't necessarily have the programming experience to handle that myself. I don't have um, I don't necessarily have the knowledge right now to guarantee the encryption of the information contained, for a credit card and all that kind of jazz. Okay, so I'm keeping I'm trying to keep the damage to a minimum. Okay. Some of these are not going to be required. Okay. A lot of these are um, mainly for um, like maybe verification or I'm probably just gonna have like name and email as required, but everything else is probably going to be um, like extra data kind of thing um, to allow searches to kind of match up individuals nearby you. Um, so like um, so if someone wants to do a search for, say, someone in their particular state, well, I'm gonna need to know what your state is to try to do a match with that or something along those lines. Or I'm gonna need to know your nationality, that kind of thing, to kind of match up the same individuals within uh, that matches. I mean, you can always go with you know um, you know state or nationality that isn't part of your uh, that doesn't match, and that's perfectly fine. Okay. Um, but I mean, if you like do a search, like um, say you say um, you click on the button, I want to search for state, but you don't actually specify a state, then it will go for, um, the state associated with your particular profile, that kind of thing. That's what I want to try to uh, try to do, when it comes to um, give search features for the giver. Okay. Um, and word of warning: if a giver is also a receiver, they might find their own information as well. If you're just kind of searching for state and that's it. Um, you know, yes, I am giving givers the ability to create a receiver account as well. Because while a giver, might be able to kind of help out someone, like they might be able to kind of do a GoFundMe, help out a GoFundMe, or help out with a Patreon or something along those lines financially, they may want someone to help them out with, say, charity work. Um, so, um, but but you don't need to be a giver to be a receiver. That's the I just want to state that up front right now. Okay, you can be a straight up receiver and that's it. Okay, so um, and that's the reason why receivers are not a subscription based. Okay, because I want people that need help. Okay, people that could use a helping hand. I want to give them that opportunity to try to be able to kind of stand back up on their own 2 feet, gain employment, help them out with a home loan payment, um, you know, uh, maybe they have like a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel that they really want to kind of promote or something along those lines. It's all it's all possible. Okay. Um, Now, right now, um, we have the we have other here to kind of handle any side um, anything that doesn't really fit in what we have for the receivers. Um, and um, if there's ever like a particular grouping that starts like increasing over time, like say what I don't really have right now, and I probably should, but I'm kind of hesitant on including it right now, is student loans, for example, here in the States. Okay. Um, people, students go to college, they get their degrees, they have a hard time from trying to find a job based off of those degrees, and now the student loans that they take to try to pay for the college and the books and housing, you know, that that just continues to grow on them, and they don't find the work to pay off their student loans, then, well, it's always something in the back of their mind that they're going to have to deal with. Um, so, um, but I'm a little hesitant on doing that because there's been talk about trying to just wipe out student debt, just get rid of it. Um, so I'm not 100% sure on trying to include that right now. We'll see. But I mean, that's what the other's all about. So, um, so I created the receiver tables for it. Again, I don't know um, if this is going to remain the same. Again, this is a rough draft of what I expect on the um, for the database. Um, all right, I still have this one to deal with. And then um, we'll finish off the receiver and the giver databases, the rough draft of them, so we have them. We can start trying to um, when we set up the login and um, the sign up forms, then we'll go ahead and start including these tables in the WordPress. Um, so um, so um, I think I'm pretty much done with everything on the receiver side. I just have that CVS um, document that I'm going to need to kind of store. Um, I was trying to look that up at the very end of my last stream. So, um, but I wasn't able to find an answer for that just yet. So, okay. Don't really need the commas after the primary key here. Okay, let's go ahead and look up um, how to store a document on the database. So, storing resume on a database. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Second one is to create a resume builder. Um, see. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, not really applicable for what I'm in need of, but okay. Um, let's see. Let's see. Image data type. Enter max data type. Interesting. Hey Pete, welcome to the stream there, bud. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hmm. Even there's an image file or an image type. Interesting. I have a hmm. Okay, so the image will be able to handle any kind of file type. Hmm. Um, I'm not necessarily wanting to do PHP here, but um, okay, and that's not really what I was looking for there. Let's see. That's isn't exactly what I'm looking for here. Um, Best data type for storing resume on a database. Okay. Let's see. Binary large object for both image and the resume. Yeah, I was seeing that before. Um, MySQL Workbench for ease of database management. Okay, not unless you're querying against a column that's a long blob. Yeah, columns, image name, varchar, image data, long blob, for example, you can query image name. Okay, so if I actually store the file name as um, uh, its own separate value, then I can search for that, then um, I can pull the image based off of that. But then again, if the givers are going to be searching for resumes anyway, then they're not going to necessarily need to be searching for the specific name um, for the receiver anyway. I mean, unless they can, might be able to. Hmm. But I mean, if there's details that the giver can find out anyway, like, um, if the giver, uh, has like the name of the receiver and can see their, employment resume, like the first time around, then they should be able to, search again for the email the second time around to try to, get the information contained within it. So, okay, could really use a example of this. Is it just long blob? Is that what it's all about? I mean, MySQL is the um, caption. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're having that time, if you're trying to download their, or if it's trying to show the resume or something along those lines, then probably going to need something underneath it until it shows up. Not everybody has the opportunity to, uh, maybe the internet has a hard time trying to load the value to begin with. So, um, okay, so we're going to need to have um, CSV name and CSV caption. Okay, so caption, name, file. Okay. Now use long blob, not null. I mean, it has to kind of be not null for if if they're doing any kind of employment, then they're gonna want to upload their resume. Um, the caption is something that I'm gonna be kind of filling in automatically by kind of doing the um, like a combination of the file name and maybe the um, user's email, so that um, if the image like fails to load, then the giver might be able to still kind of contact the receiver and say, hey, your resume is not loading on the website. I can see that you're interested in working in this particular field. Could you email me your version of the resume or something along those lines? Maybe. Again, I'm kind of hesitant on showing too much, but if you're if you're a giver, if you paid into the system to search up information and the like, then um, it's meant to be a way to kind of guard against people trying to um, be unscrupulous, trying to get information for their own gain. Get a bunch of emails and sell those emails off or something along those lines. Okay, we want to try to prevent that if we can. Um, we want to try to minimize that as we don't want to cause any undue hardship on you know the givers or the receivers on this particular website. You know, so I'm gonna have to really kind of be careful with what I show and give to um, you know uh, I want I mean let's face it, if you're like applying for a job over the internet, if you're like applying for uh, if you're like going to Indeed.com and you're sending your resume to a business and stuff like that, I mean, you're basically giving, email and your resume to that company, and they could be doing nefarious things with your email address and your resume as well. Who knows? Okay. Um, uh, but at the same time, I don't necessarily want to be, I don't want this website, I don't want people looking down on this website. I want to try to, protect whoever uses it as much as I can. Okay. Granted, like this is this is an initial build. This is a first time kind of working on something this large. This is a large project that I'm putting on my shoulders right at the moment. So I know I'm probably going to be missing some details. Um, I mean, hell, I'll probably be missing a lot of details. Okay, but um, I want, I don't want to, I want to do what I can now so that it doesn't, it's not that painful later. So, um, at least that's the idea. So, okay. Varchar 45 not null. Sure, we can do something like that. Nope, it's still capital. Varchar 45 not null. Okay. The name of the file could be fairly long. So, um, let's go ahead and just do a varchar 255 for the file name. And it also cannot be null. Then again, with the varchar 45, if they have a file name that's 255 characters long, that's not going to fit in the caption there. So, well, at the very least, they will still have other additional information on the employment info to kind of handle this. Um, so it might not be just caption might not be something that will kind of help them out, but okay. So receiver is done. We are going to now go on. We're going to move on to the giver portion of my database here, or my rough database, and we are going to see what we can kind of do with that. Um, I was kind of checking it out a little bit, but let's see. Can I? I don't seem to be able to. Can't seem to split this into a multiple different windows so that I can kind of do it side by side, but maybe I can do that. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. um, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so one thing we want to do is kind of handle this portion here. There we go. And then we want to set this down below. There we go. Let's see, we want to set this up. So receiver user, receiver ID, receiver ID. Okay. need this anymore. Okay. Um, okay. To have that. There we go. Get rid of that. Okay. Subscription date. Subscription type. Current payment. Again, some of these things I might not necessarily need to hold on to. Some of these might be covered by a subprogram that I can add into the WordPress. So it might not remain. I might not need these particular data points in um, in the website proper. Um, so I can probably just kind of I can probably just kind of ignore them. But I just want to like um, I want to be able to kind of hold, initially create them just in case that I might need them a little bit later. Um, we'll see. Um, let's see. Hmm. Okay. Um, this is where things start getting a little interesting here because now I'm gonna be kind of getting into handling a little bit more like the money amounts and so on and so forth, and not quite sure how to kind of go about doing that per se. Um, the obviously, Um, you know, money conversions is not something I'm probably going to be able to do. That's probably going to have to be handled through the through the payment application, for the giver. So when the application loads up and um, the giver selects um, the overall payment that they want to go for, the subscription that they want to go for. Um, if they're like based out in Europe, for example, then obviously there's going to be a conversion from their euros into dollars. So um, I'm not going to be able to kind of maintain that kind of conversion on the website, on the subscription page itself. Um, so um, that's going to have to be handled through the payment service overall. Um, let's see. Um, One thing that I could probably do, to kind of show my appreciation a little bit is maybe have a um, giver sign in, or actually sign up date. I'm gonna put that in here. Sign up date. So like, um, if they've been helping out receivers for a long time, then that kind of shows, how much they've been willing to support everybody, on, um, support all the receivers and like, so, um, maybe uh, if we have like something that basically says we can maybe, um, if you have like a giver that's been, helping out for like a year or 5 years or, well, actually, 1 year, you know, is is good. Um, but I think the like more significant ones is like, if they've been doing it for like 5 years or 10 years or, you know, 20, basically increase the um, uh, try to thank um, the givers um, for their, in a sense, their donations. Um, I, hmm. If it's for a not-for-profit though, I don't think there's any way for me to. Uh, I don't know if giving a gift back to a to someone that donates or that pays money into a not-for-profit. I don't know if that's really possible. There might be some legal problems with that. I would imagine, maybe. I'm not 100% sure on that. I've never done a not-for-profit company, so I don't know where the legal ramifications are on that. So, um, I need to kind of be careful with, what's going on there. So, Okay, so um, storing dates, date time data type. Um, see. Let's see. So I'm going to be superior in storing that information in two columns as number data types, even if you only need one part for a given query. Um, let's see. Storing the data in a single column is the preferred way since they are in lanes. Part of time is a single piece of information, not two. Common way of storing datetime data employed behind the scenes by many products is by converting it into a decimal value where the data is an integer portion of the decimal value and the time is fractional value. Um, um, let's see. Above code, we're creating a test table populating with two values and performing a simple query against the data. First select returns both rows. However, the second select only returns a single row, which may not be the desired outcome. The way to filter date time range for values is a column is pointed out by comments is to time component server for analysis purposes. You can consider adding a calculated persistent column for the time portion of the value. Considering splitting the data time into two fields for display purposes, you should realize that formatting should be done on the client, not the server. Okay. So if it's date time for everything, let's see. Let's see. Daytime is used for values that contain both time, date and time parts. SQL retrieves and displays daytime values. Format, timestamp data, both data and time parts, datetime or timestamp value. Let's see. Okay, so if I just say date time, then it should be fine. Date time, not null. It's just default. Let's see. no. We're going to need another foreign key here for the subscription type. Need subscription amounts. Let's see. Hmm. I probably don't necessarily need the um, probably going to need to kind of change out the subscription amounts a little bit for the table subscription amounts because this might need to be done more client side than anything else. Um, or maybe I can. Um, oh no, if I keep the values in the database, then that should be fine. Um, and I'm probably gonna need to. Oh, no, we're gonna need to have a different table because this will contain a time amount that they um, set values for how long each of these can last and a set value for their price, which you know has the potential of changing. Okay, um, let's face it. Inflation, is a thing. I mean, um, a single buck doesn't buy that much anymore. Okay. Um, so, um, whereas, like what, 40 years ago, um, you can buy it, you could have bought it like a gallon of gas for a buck. Okay. So, um, so things increase over time. Okay. Um, so the prices the um, for the subscriptions might increase over time. Okay. Um, I can't always guarantee that it's going to be that it's going to kind of remain that way. Um, but at the same time, if it gets to a point where um, we have a lot of people that are giving, um, then um, especially if they keep with a normal subscription, then um, then they might want to um, then if there's a lot of subscribers, if there's a lot of people that are constantly willing to, um, put money, towards the not-for-profit company, then it might get to a point where um, the money that people are paying into it um, is pretty much paying for everything that the company needs to be in order to run properly. Okay, it's paying for the employees in the company. It's paying for the storage. It's paying for um, the work that the site is all about. Okay, so um, and we may analyze it and go, because everything is being paid for and we're getting more and more givers in the system, then we might be able to scale back on what they they need to pay. Okay. Um, we might be able to look at it and go, okay. Um, okay, let me kind of put it this way here. Um, let's see, 1 second. Let me bring up a calculator here real quick. Okay, um, so right now, we have an annual subscription of, $12 annual or so. Okay. Let's say we have, um, let's say we have myself, uh, DBA, and say like an artist as employees of the company. You know, um, just as a rough estimate. Okay, and say we're paying 70K for all three of them. Okay, so um, so you have uh, you know I'm putting 70K down because there's a particular individual um, with a business that he's running, and he pays all of his employees 70K. Okay. Um, Look him up on Twitter. He's a lot of people. There's been a lot of people that balked at him doing that, but I mean he's been doing pretty well for himself. Um, and he's been kind of helping out a lot of people. Um, what is his name? Oh, Dan Price, I believe. Yeah, I think that's his name. Um, Sorry, I'm pretty bad with names. Um, but you know, um, he was a millionaire kind of thing. He was making millions of dollars kind of thing. Getting paid $1 million salary, so on and so forth. Okay, from his business, and his business was doing okay. But then one of his employees was basically saying, "Hey, I need to take out a second job because I can't pay rent," or something along those lines. And he was like, "Well, no, no, that's not good." So he took a salary cut, and he was paying all of his employees 70K. I mean, look up his story. I mean, it's um, I applaud CEOs that do that. Okay, so I'm gonna take I'm gonna take that as an example here. Okay, so let's say, it's just me, a database administrator, and an artist, uh, a website designer, you know, for the company to start off with. Okay, I know that there could be, be more, um, financial, promotional, so on and so forth. But we'll just kind of start with like the three basic for now. Okay. Um, so so it's just us three, for example. Okay. Um, let's say we see that um, we're getting uh, we're making you know we have 17,000 givers out there willing to pay the subscription and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, let's say um, we are looking at um, let's say we need to make that much, but now we're getting people, um, but now we have you know 21,000 people you know paying the $12. I mean, you take that, you multiply that by the 12, and we're making 40K more in money, for example. Okay, we may look at that and go, well, if we're getting this much amount of money, I mean, we could consider dropping the price down by like $2. Okay, that will give these folks a little bit more incentive to maybe give those $2 to you know to say another Patreon. Okay, I mean it's not much. Okay, um, I know, um, but um, the $2 could be given to another person. Okay, that $2 could go to another GoFundMe. Okay, um, it might not seem like a lot of money. Okay, but it's still $2 more for that one particular individual that might need it. So, um, and let's kind of face it here. If you had, you know, 21,000 people with an extra $2, that's $42,000 that could potentially go to someone that might need it. So, um, now, um, now if we get to a point where, um, we feel like we're getting overworked with like three employees, for example, in the company, okay, and we need some um, extra development. We might need like a tax preparer, a financial advisor, or something along those lines. Then we may be kind of looking at this and going, "Hey, we're making some more money. We can hire someone else." Okay. Um, so we may want to do, you know, 70K times four at some point in time. Okay, we may consider it that in that particular regard. Like we may want to say, hey, um, this particular employee, um, or we need some additional help in on our website. We're gonna need to, um, we could use someone that has, financial and tax prep work, for example, to work for our not-for-profit company. So, you know, we as a company might want to hire another individual. Well, we're going to need the money in order to do so. So, it could be done that way too. Okay. Um, but once the company gets to a point where everything's kind of running smoothly for the most part, then we might not necessarily need to worry too much about, hiring that many more. Um, we still might want to consider, hiring, um, one of the one thing that I would, uh, you know, I, would want to do if I'm trying to work a business would be always wanting to try to find someone that, needs some kind of experience under their belt. Okay, someone that, um, you know, uh, you know, uh, as a someone with the CEO mindset. Okay, um, if I was going into business, okay, for myself, okay, which in a sense I am, um, you know, I would want to try to help out the next generation coming up. Okay, the mindset of me, 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 me isn't going to necessarily work. Okay, um, so let's consider it this way here. Okay, let's say we have, um, me and two others, for example, working on this particular website, working as the not-for-profit company, um, working on the code, working on the design, working on the database to try to, keep everything kind of running for the most part. Okay, and we're making enough money that we can spend, we can hire someone else, you know, the money that we're making, while we could be donating, we're donating that money into, uh, like someone's, um, we're putting it into like a Cash App or GoFundMe or, like a home loan or something along those lines. Okay. Hospital bill. Okay. Um, we might be able to hire on, another employee. And we need to remember that, um, you know, if a single one of us, okay, if we have our three employees, for example, okay, myself kind of leading and trying to do some of the programming, the database administrator doing all the database design and maintenance, and the designer trying to, innovate and upgrade the website into, something that looks better artistically and visually. You know, what happens if like one of us gets sick, or God forbid there's an accident or something along those lines? They're no longer able to do it. Now we're down, a person trying to work on the website. You always want some kind of some kind of a backup plan. Okay, you always want something to kind of fall back upon if you're in trouble. Okay, this goes for everything, right? Um, no matter what your uh, no matter what you do, where you go, what work you do. I mean, it applies to streaming. It applies to being a YouTuber. It applies to going to college. Okay, you always want to have some kind of backup plan to kind of fall back upon if you need to. Okay. Um, you need that secondary plan. Okay. Um, in this particular case, say like we had our three employees, and one of them gets you know disabled in some fashion or another. They had a horrible accident and they're in the hospital for months or something along those lines. Okay. All the work that they did, all the work that they were doing is now kind of put on, the other two employees' shoulders. And obviously, you'd want to try to keep that particular person's job for the most part, especially if they're, salaried and so on and so forth. Um, but the work isn't necessarily being continued either. So you'd want to have someone, you know, as a backup to try to fill in their shoes. Um, so as someone that is going to be trying to um, create a business, and like what you'd want to do is you want to, raise up new minds to take over if necessary. Okay. Um, you know, um, someone that can, if someone in, like, if the database administrator, you know, has a problem. Okay, we have a secondary person that is maybe not doing all the work kind of thing, but they start, they're trying to learn how to. Okay, you have you have the senior that's teaching the entry level, all the ins and outs of database. Okay, that's how it should be. You don't hire the seniors, you hire the entries so that they can learn and develop so that they can step up into that role if the need arises. Okay, um, that way, the senior, if they want to take a vacation, they can, because now that entry level that they've been helping out and developing and so on and so forth, they can now handle that. Okay, they can fill in those that shoes. You know, that's how it should be. Okay, I see all this. I see all these sites saying, hiring senior, hiring senior, hiring senior, hiring senior. No, it's bad mentality. You know, you should be. You should try to. Um, you should try to maintain who you have and your seniors. You should be giving them the best that you can kind of give them. Okay, and hiring entry levels so that you can try to instill, some amount of loyalty into them, okay? And you're helping them grow in their particular position. Now, they may leave, yes, okay? That happens, okay? Um, but the idea is to create a company where your retention is fantastic, okay? You don't want your employees to leave. You want them to, you know, you want them to feel pride in the company that they work for. Okay. Um, that's why I think his name is Dan Price. Um, his company's getting like thousands of resumes, because people want that salary. A lot of people want that salary. I want that salary. um, so, um, but yeah. So, but obviously this is all stuff that is later down the line. Okay, I'm not expecting this like tomorrow. That's definitely not gonna happen. Um, but it'd be nice to kind of see a little bit more of. Okay. Um, I don't suspect that our troubles are gonna go away anytime soon. So a lot of these websites and so on and so forth are probably going to change over time and all that kind of jazz. So, um, we may keep the money amounts, we may change them, we may increase them, we may decrease them. Who knows? Um, but um, we may increase the one-time use, to something higher. So it basically is, um, it's better in the long term to try to pay more for a subscription. So, um, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do on that. Okay. So I'm gonna create a new table. Um, Sorry about that. That's the liquid went down my air pipe. Apologies. Didn't mean to cough into the mic like that. Okay. Um, okay. So, Okay. So, what am I going to do on this one? Okay. Okay, we're good there. Let's see. Okay, we want to do a foreign key. Let's see. Actually, let's see. Hold on. We only need two columns on this. Okay, so I gotta kind of be careful with the subscription amounts here because I don't want them by column. I need them by row. So what I need is subscription price is going to be a tiny int and subscription time, which is going to be um, which I need just a value so that I can be kind of down from there. So let's see. I want to make sure that I'm okay. So one of the things that I'm going to need to do on this is um, you know, uh, Now, again, this might be covered already by something else, okay? There might be a method of, another application, on WordPress here that will allow for me um, to create, the one-time price, the monthly price, the quarterly price, the annual price, and the time needed for all that. The fact that we're looking at, a one-time use, like a one-day use, okay, a monthly subscription, 3 month subscription, and an annual subscription. That might be already handled by the um, by the um, um, that might be handled by that particular application. Okay, so um, obviously I'll need to kind of make sure that um, I'm covering all the bases here. I want them um, having to repay over and over and over again. I mean it's that's not going to work. But um, I want to if details of their subscription is kind of saved within that application, then I'm not going to necessarily need to keep this information at all. Okay, it might already be saved, under their particular account. Now, how that's going to work, I'm not quite sure, but we'll see about trying to get that to work. Okay, so um, but if they don't, if the um, price system, if the payment system doesn't hold on to this information, then I'm going to need to do it myself, which means that I'm going to need to keep, um, you know, I need to keep each one of these in their own respective rows. Okay, you know, um, the one-time price of $5, uh, you know, $6, or actually no, it's $3 for the monthly. It's $6 for the quarterly, and $12 for the um, uh, yeah. Um, let's see. On days worth, on months worth, months worth. month's worth. All right. So, I need these in particular rows, okay, so that I can reference them, you know, as a foreign key, okay. If if again this is something that I absolutely need, I can just kind of reference the fact that hey, you have a one-time price, okay, and your subscription limit is, you know, is 1 day's worth, kind of thing. So, um, and then you can kind of compare uh, the the giver's subscription date with, you know, with their one-time, their time limit, you know, basically add their time limit to their subscription date and see when it ends. So, um, but I'm going to need to store the amount of, these are all going to be pretty much constant values. Um, Although they may change. So, but updating these values aren't going to be happening on a regular basis. Um, Obviously, if the subscription amounts have to change, then obviously an email needs to be sent out to all the people that are giving that, hey, the price needs to increase based off of um, based off of pricing for, you know, um, overall company maintenance. Okay. Um, so, um, obviously, those have to be, you know, uh, people are going to need to be told, hey, your subscription, while it was $12 before, and unfortunately has to be increased by, to 14, this next year. So, just more warning, you know, if this is something that you don't want, then please, you know, feel free to cancel your subscription. Um, Obviously, I wouldn't want that as a business. I wouldn't want them kind of canceling a subscription. But um, we, as as a nonprofit company, we would have to kind of weigh those decisions. Would we need to increase you know, our relative income coming in, um, or try to promote it more to try to get some more people that are willing to do the subscription in order to get, um, the amount of money that the company might need to keep up its overall maintenance. You know, we'll we'll have to kind of find out, when the company grows. Okay, but again, that's something for later. uh, but um, the um, now the subscription time. I think I can use. I think I can just kind of use an int field to have like a constant value for like a day, a month, 3 months, and 12 months. But I gotta be careful with that because um, if um, if someone pays on a day that, say, like, the 30th or something like that, well, um, you know, will the renewal of the subscription happen on, say, like, you know, the second after after March, for example? You know, like, the February, 28 days kind of thing. So, um, or 29 days, depending on leap year, obviously. But, um, say like your 3 month subscription, goes past February, but it starts on like the 2nd of March, for example. I don't know. I don't know how that might work. Um, or are do how can I kind of keep that particular kind of information, you know, um, a day, a month, 3 months, and 12 months. How can I keep that as a single, or how can I keep that as like a constant value and not like screw up um, like the payment schedule? But I'm probably still gonna have to kind of deal with that anyway, wouldn't I? But I mean, if the renewal happens, if they like start the subscription now on like the 30th, and the renewal happens on the 2nd, then that makes things really easy because renewal on the 2nd is no big deal. Um, but at the same time, the uh, I may want to specifically. I gotta be careful with that. If they pay for 3 months and I short them on it, like say for example, um, I basically say, hey, I'm gonna bill you, you know, um, January, April, um, January and September, okay, or January, July and September, okay, um, for the 3 months. Well, what happens if they sign up in March? They're gonna feel really slighted if they get billed in April. So, um, what's the value there? What can I do for that? Um, let's see. Hmm, let's see. Let me look this up a little bit. SQL finding due date from subscription date. Let's see. Um, so transaction row contains a first payment date and frequency ID, which can be weekly, every 2 weeks, monthly, or yearly, and a few others. So the first date is the first date the payment should have been made. Last date is the last scheduled date. If null, there's no end date. Once off, weekly, every 2 weeks, monthly. What I need to do is list all the scheduled transaction, include the next scheduled payment date. So based on the first date, I need to work on the next due date. Based on today's date, is this possible in a query, or do I need cursors? Here's code that works. Functions can be expensive, but I do not select from tables, so it should be fine. Plain and simple calculations. Um, okay, let's see. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I mean their payment frequency here is just going to be basically the foreign key here, so I don't necessarily need to worry too much about that. But here's where things get a little interesting because they're actually, doing the date add, week, and month. Um, so um, let me look up date add a little bit more. What can I use with that? Let's see, interval. Okay, so year, quarter, month, day of year, day, week, weekday, hour, minute, second, millisecond. Uh, so, um, we need interval. Um, let's see. Uh, char 5, 10, 15. So let's char 15. I don't know. Um, this is also not null. Need a let's see. We need a primary key for this. Script ID. And we do primary key down below here. Then we do mount, and then we could just do and just do a tiny int on that one as well. Okay, so what's happening here is we're going to go ahead and see, we need do this real quick. Yeah. There's that. Okay. Fix these. There we go. Let's see. We're gonna do. We're gonna need to kind of put some consistency on this as well because I'm really kind of messing up on overall consistency. A lot of I'm gonna have to look up the standards for um, you know um, do we use camel case for all of our field names? Do we use um, do we always use FK to represent foreign keys? Do we use PK for all of our primary keys? I'm gonna kind of need to kind of look that information up a little bit because right now what I have is kind of a mess. You know, I'll grant you that. You know, um, I have capital letter at the very beginning here and the lowercase start there. So I mean, I'll admit this rough draft of a database is looking pretty messy. I'm not gonna deny that right at the moment. But that's the idea. It's a rough draft. Okay, I'm not putting this out on production right now. So Okay, so um, what we're going to do, okay, so um, when we need to check their subscription, for example, um, we check out their date on which they subscribed, right there. Um, then we check their subscription type, grab the subscription type um, from the foreign key. We get their what they subscribed with, which is multiple different rows. We then take the time limit that they have under um, the time interval. Okay, we get the amount from it, and then we add it to the subscription date to find whether or not uh, whether or not like now um, is greater than the addition of those two values. So um, uh, so that if there's ever um, we kind of check to see if uh, like we have like a regular scheduled like program or something like that that basically says, hey, um, you know, is we check the database, like on a daily basis to see whether or not when they first came in is, you know, 1 month after they subscribed or something like that, you know. Uh, and if that if they are past that, then obviously we flag them saying, hey, we need your subscription again, or we need to if they set up an automatic payment system kind of thing, then it needs to deduct that kind of money from the system. Again, I don't know whether or not this is something that is going to be automatically done based off of the program that I set up on in WordPress. But for now, I'm just making sure I'm covering all my bases right now. But I think we're good. Um, don't think there's really anything else that I really need to do with this. I think we've covered all of our bases on this. Um, we're taking care of this, so we don't need that. Um, we're going to flag that whether or not they need um, whether or not they want a recurring payment. I'm doing a bit because it's a yes or no answer. You know, do they want recurring or not? Um, and obviously it has to be not null, so it's in either 0 or 1. Um, password. Password's going to be a little difficult. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and I need to use the restroom here real quick, so I shall return in just a moment there, folks. Be right back. would be helpful if I get that fixed now, wouldn't it? All right, here we go. Let's get back to being live here again. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Uh, nature calls sometimes. Okay. So we are now dealing with the ever dreaded password. Again, WordPress might have something for login and handling username and passwords. It might already have something like that. Okay. But just in case I need to provide a location for said password, then I'm going to need to represent something there. Now, did I? Yeah, I did something for password here as well. Did I actually look that up and find a value for that? Is it really that simple? Let me look it up a little bit again. SQL, I'm using capital letters. Storing passwords, data type. Uh, um, Storing passwords in a database should be implemented very carefully. It's obvious that storing passwords in a table with plain text is very vulnerable because if an attacker accesses the database, she can still use his passwords. It's unspeakable that passwords in a database should be encrypted and made undecipherable as much as possible. Hmm. Okay. Since passwords text is unreadable, however, encrypting passwords is not 100% guaranteed that passwords can't be cracked. They can be vulnerable to some attacks. Dictionary Rainbow handles simple examples of this sort of cracking is that hackers can generate hashes for the group of simple common passwords and store this password hash mapping in a table. Thus, using this table, they can try to crack users' passwords by comparing hashings from that mapping table with the password hashes of users in case users' data becomes available for the attacker. The weaker the password is, simple, small, the easier it can be cracked. So using strong passwords and using the strongest encryption algorithm will minimize the risks. It's always a way to make a stronger hash, even if the user chooses a weak password. It's hash from the combination of password and randomly generated text. A generated text is called a salt in cryptography. In this case, the attacker should spend incomparable more time because she should also consider the salt for cracking. Salt should be unique for each user, otherwise if two different users have the same password, their password hashes also will be the same, and if their salts are the same, it means that the hash password string for these users will be the same, which is risky because after cracking one of the passwords, the attacker will know the other password too. see. Okay, so it's looking like it's more, um, using a var chart for the password is going to be fine. It's just if I want to, I will need to encrypt it, but that's more like an executable execution or more of a client side of things, maybe to get that kind of to make sure that the encryption is set up that way. Which I mean makes sense. Um, as a company, we should never have access um, to the givers or the receivers' passwords anyway. Okay. Um, so yeah. Okay. So seeing that our rough database is done, I don't think there's anything else that I can really add to this or change to it um, um, to like modify this any more than I absolutely can't, have to, or I don't think there's really anything more that I can do other than like general cleanup. Um, think we are ready to go to our next task in this particular venture, which is we start going into our site more and um, today I was thinking that I would like maybe add like some ad space down at the very bottom here. Just add a little way so I won't bother anyone that wants to kind of come in to the website. If they want to click on the ad, they can. But you know, um, so um, I think that was one of the things that I was kind of try to work on a little bit um, today. Then next week we'll continue working on uh, we'll work on building the login screens, or we'll start working on the login for the givers and the receivers. Start building out those forms if they need to be built out, and then we're going to need to start building out the forms for um, for you know for the giver and the receiver to put in their information, and then taking that information and putting it into the database in their appropriate entries. So I think that's going to be like the next couple steps that we're going to be kind of tackling. Once those are done, once we've kind of tested them out to make sure that you know I'm I'm getting the information that I kind of need to do, then we're going to need to handle the um, try to protect against any kind of attacks. Um, you know, uh, try to protect our forms from any kind of attacks. Um, try to um, figure that portion. Um, and then we're going to need to start kind of working on, our overall, you know, pages and design them or try to design them in such a way where, um, obviously there's something here, um, but, you know, you know, use the standard template for all of the pages. Um, and um, show the pricing of it all. Show um, you know that this membership page to kind of show um, what a giver's subscription is going to be about, and then we start kind of um, figuring out the givers and the receivers and so on and so forth. So um, and we really kind of start like building this up for the most part. So um, but I think we are good to go. Now again, if you're watching right now and you deal with like database design and so on and so forth. I mean, if you're still with me at this point in time and you're looking at this and you're like maybe doing a facepalm or something along those lines, you feel like, there's something that I can modify or change or add or what have you. Um, if you feel like, hey, you need to change like this particular name into something else, then let me know. Okay. I'm always open for constructive criticism. So if you feel that it something can be changed here, um, go ahead and say it in the chat, or if you're watching this on YouTube, once I post it, then go ahead and put your information down. Okay, because um, you know I may come to a solution, you know, um, but if it's taking me a while to kind of get to that solution, then um, you might be saving someone some time by including the set comments and on in Twitch live chat right now, or in the comment section on my YouTube videos. So if you're basically looking at this and going, no, Jim, you don't want to use TinyInt for the subscription price. You do not want to do this. You want to use just standard int or something along those lines. Then put that in put that in the comment section and give a reason why. You know, um, if you just say, "Hey, you're an idiot. You need to use int," and that's it, probably not gonna be. I'm probably gonna like delete that, to be honest. Okay, because it's negative. It's not constructive. So just don't do that. Um, you know, say why something shouldn't be done that way. And who knows? You might you might spark a debate. You know, um, especially if it's something that might be. Um, some people might look at it and go, "Well, wait a minute. If he's trying to save on space, then tiny int might be perfectly fine." Whatever. Um, I'm just kind of throwing that out there. Okay. So, okay. So now that we got that all taken care of, we're gonna want to get into. We're gonna want to access our main site here. So, let's see. Okay. So here we go. Here's our here's our dashboard right at this moment in time. So um, what I want to do right now is let's look at our plugins here real quick. Um, Updating the contact form. Let's see. Okay. Oops. I'll go ahead and update our current plugins right at the moment. Oop. Okay. We're having some issues there. That's interesting. Okay. Update that. Okay. Not sure what the hell happened with that one error, but um, let's see. Updates. Let's see. Update plugins. Okay. Let's see. Update themes. I mean, technically, I'm not really using those themes that much, but I have them taken care of already, so might as well update them anyway. Okay. Hmm. Okay. We'll worry about that a little bit later. Okay, so plugins. Um, let's see. Let's add new. And we're gonna go with popular here. And then, let's see. Add inserter. Okay. Manage Google AdSense, Media.net, Amazon banners, ads.txt, ad rotations, sticky widgets, AMP ads, DFT tracking. Okay. 200,000 actives. Ooh, not good ratings on that one. Um, it's a lot of active installations and good. It's a good rating for the amount of active installations, but this isn't exactly something that I need right now. So 5 million active installations with that many positives. That's a good. Can I look at it from a different site here? Let's see. Free, flexible, and amplified community. Free and open source means you retain full ownership of your store's content and data forever. Launching a business, taking brick and mortar retail online, or developing sites for clients. There's a store that perfectly blends content and commerce. Storefronts with themes suited for brand and industry. Physical digital goods, product variation, customer configurations, instant downloads, and affiliate items. Memberships. Okay. I mean, I would love to be able to kind of do something like this, but I can't if I can't afford that price. Not yet. So, and that's really the only thing that I need um, help with is, the memberships and subscriptions. So I can't afford those tags right at the moment. So, while this might be really good, you know, might be updated on a regular basis and so on and so forth. Um, it's not something that I can um, really use for the most part right now. So, so yeah. So can't do anything with that. Let's see. Let me go ahead and check out these. Um, just much. Um, I like the fact that this was updated 1 week ago versus 2 months ago. Um, so I kind of appreciate this versus that. Um, but then again, if if this is built really well, then it might not necessarily need um, updating too much. You don't know. Um, I might want to try looking into this one. Um, Not really liking this too much. There was obviously some amount of negatives there. 40K versus 60K and 400 reviews less. But I mean, you don't know, really, who knows? It might be it might be a great, um, it might be a good ad. Okay, we have add.text manager, but I mean, we already have, there's an app already up here that already kind of talks about it. So, you know, I'd like to kind of be able to manage all of them if I can. So these might be very specific in their regards, but um, and might be a little bit better to on handling these particular ad forms. But I need something that handles things a little bit easier overall for me. So, mm, okay. Think we are pretty much done on this. I don't. Let's go ahead and check out these three ad apps here and see if they're going to be good for me here. Um, let's see. Um, Insert before or after post. Insert before and after content. Paragraph. Insert before and after random paragraph. Um, Insert above the header. Insert in the footer. Relatively position and post. Okay. This is looking pretty good so far. Um, if you're new to AdSense, one of the first tasks is to connect your site to AdSense. This requires you to copy the code on your AdSense homepage and paste it in HTML on your page between the head and /head tags. Um, Native shopping ads provides highly relevant and dynamic product recommendations. Pro version supports additional advanced features. Okay. Geolocation. Okay. Um, I mean that's not. I mean that might be great for when we get into an area of promoting it more for you know well I mean hell just streaming itself is international, so um, but at the same time, um, this might be um, you know, uh, you know, we're not going to be able to do the pro version right away. Okay. Um, Anti-ad blocking features, replace ads, protect content, ad blocking statistics, supports for ads and iframes, support for a sticky ad bar, support via email, export and import of settings. Okay. And theme plugin translation, we're looking for translators. Check documentation pages for detailed description of features. Common settings for quick start. You can also use shortcodes from other plugins, for example, to insert content from other plugins. Look for AdSets plugin. Simple setup for ads at best positions. Ad inserter can insert ads where other plugins fail. All about settings. Hmm. Okay. Let's see, it's all about settings. Installations. I do appreciate good documentation. So, so I do appreciate this being done here. Um, hmm, okay. Let's see. Okay, change log. Add insert short block entries. Set support for default custom field values. List post ID range. Improved ad blocking detection. Reduce layout shift when using check shortcodes. Fixed for expanded shortcodes and rotate code generator. Fixed manner bug fixes, cosmetic changes, and code improvements. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Now, can you add these value? I mean, I'm really appreciating all these, you know, descriptions and like this is really good. I really do kind of appreciate that. So, um, pretty much every setting you would want for inserting ads and messages in various places on your site is included. I use it to post calls to action, other notices, and announcements on our site, and find it both reliable and extremely customizable. Therein lies the challenge. All the settings and customizations have to go somewhere, and even though the author has made extremely good use of screen space, you may still find yourself staring at the settings screen and wonder where to start. I mean, yeah, that could be a problem. Saving grace, every button, checkbox, and option have hover help included. That's good. So you can at least begin to grasp what you're doing, but to really get all the value out of plugin, you need to use the documentation, which is interesting. Yeah, that's up there, which is extensive. I was able to do pretty much all my customizations by patiently reading the docs and then implementing. And if you get stuck, the support is excellent. Most of my questions have been answered in under a day, even within an hour. If I was running a site with ads, there's not another plugin I would use. This would be your first and only choice. Okay. This plugin does not offer instructions, let alone intuitive buttons that explains where and how ads should be inserted. It's not possible to choose where the ads will be and they do not appear on the page. Okay. That's interesting. That is counter to what this guy just said, so interesting. Um, I would kind of say that this guy's description is a little bit better than this guy's. Um, maybe. Maybe this guy had an issue. Like maybe their um, their download didn't take or something like that. Who knows? Okay, let's check out this other like for simple ad management plugin. These top arguments to use advanced ads. Proved in 10 years of publishing ad optimization, ad types, features test and optimize ads, unlimited ad units, tech support, dedicated block for ads, a solution with ad health integration, Google AdSense violation checks, best rate, free support. Um, we'd like to know if there's a certain feature of the ad impressions, full feature list. Unlimited ad units, rotate ads, schedule ads, and set time, start time and expiration date, target ads by content and user groups, inject ads into post pages automatically without coding. Okay. I mean, if you can make it easy for people that don't know how to code, I mean, that works, but let's see, ad types, display ads for WordPress, display conditions, for page, hide ads and secondary queries, display ad banners. I'm not seeing anything about footer or anything along those lines. Is that being talked about? Ads in the footer. Is that more of a premium pro version? No, okay. Because that's what I'm gonna be looking for is adding add into footer of the each page. So um, to try to keep to to minimize the irritation to the users. Um, I mean, obviously, um, when I put the ads into the page itself, it's gonna, um, you know, um, it's gonna be more of a, I'm still basically, asking the user, hey, click on this ad for, you know, and all that kind of jazz. So it's still that, um, it's basically telling the visitor, hey, ad over here. Okay, but at the same time, I want to try to minimize how uh, irritating it is because, um, you know, we've all been to those one websites where it's like ad at the very top, ad in the middle, ad that pops up, ad that, does a pop-up window, ad at the very bottom, ad on both sides of the page, ad that loads in on your page at the very in the very middle while you're trying to read and throws the text all over the place. We've all if you haven't had that happen before, you're you're staying away from certain sites. But unfortunately, I've seen sites like that before, and it is so annoying. Okay, I don't want to I don't want to do that for this site. Okay. Okay. I don't want people getting irritated for coming here to support others. Okay. you know. So the site is supposed to be all about helping others. If I irritate people when they come in, there goes all that support. I don't want that to happen. I want people to actually be happy on coming onto the site and stuff like that. If I start doing pop up after pop up after pop up, springing on them on the site, then they're gonna take one look at it and go, no, hell no, get me the hell out of here. Okay. Um, so um, that's why I'm thinking I'll just maybe put an ad here and an ad here, for example, and that's it. That's all I really kind of want to do for the most part. Okay. So I don't need much, um, but we're gonna try to build it into our template here to have ads like maybe on both sides of this, or just one large bar down below or something. Who knows? Um, I just want to make sure that uh, we keep, um, we don't have the ads kind of smashing our, um, our links here, or overlooking, all these information or anything along those lines. Okay. So, oops. Yeah, damn it. Get back in there. It's showing me that bar saying that I'm logged in. Okay, well, whatever. Not much I can really do about that. Um, so let's see. Not seeing anything about like Advanced Ads Pro. Okay. One of the positives that I kind of like with this one here over the other is the fact that they actually list out, um, you know, a good amount of what their pro version does, right here on their description page. This one, they have it as a link. So, um, tracking is a add-on. Yeah. Tracking and statistics. Is that something that they do here in the pro version as well, or do they have ad statistics um, in their common? Let's see. Yeah, ads. It looks like statistics is for their pro version as well. Okay. Ad blocking statistics. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. I mean, they're doing a lot of links to their pages and like, so one would hope that they um, wait, what's this all about? All access. Hmm. Is this free or not? Let's see. Hmm. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. After the license key is expired, you can still use the plugin, but have no longer access to support or downloads. Okay, so in other words, if you get it, then you can't get any updates from it. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, this is saying, donate. So, so it looks like it's um, something that is pretty much free for the most part. Let's see. Yeah, this is offering the pro version. So, um, okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I'm a little concerned that this might be S-Ray free support. Really? Because it sounds like you're charging for support. Yeah, this is a forum for support. It should be somewhat different than um, the payment that you do, you know, um, see. Okay. See. To all access, you purchase a complete bundle of advanced ads. You get all of our commercial add-ons, including advanced ads pro and save up to 70%. All access offers ready pages. Um, yeah, what if I don't want all access? Yeah, okay, so this looks like a paid value here. Hold on. Let me check out this one here. Okay. Tracking. Position, targeted conditions, ad blocker, unlimited ads, ad vendor support, and Sage. Okay. That's a little concerning. I don't see header or footer anywhere on here. Let's see. I don't see footer anywhere on here. Okay. That's not going to work out for me. Okay. And this looks like it's something that I have to pay for, which I can't do right now. So we're going to go and close that one out. So it looks like this one is going to be the winner. Let's see if we can install it now if there's... Let's see. Okay, so if we activate the plugin, there we go. So now that we have this added here, um, we're going to want to kind of look at the documentation here because we're probably going to be needing it. So okay, close that one down. Let's see, settings. Let's take a look at what you have here. Let's see, insertion on homepage, latest post, including a subpage, page, or a themed homepage. Available positions may depend on hooks used by the theme. Category pages. Pages. Search pages. Need help with settings. Check quick start. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, plugin installation. Plugin installation page. To install free add insert plugin, log into your WordPress dashboard, click on the plugins, click add new, add insert, select as, and click install, and then activate the plugin. Right, already done all that. Before you start, many settings and may look complicated to set up. It's understandable. However, once you understand basic principles, you'll see that it's very easy to use. AdCenter uses blocks. The plugin settings are divided into tabs, where each tab shows settings for one block. Each block represents an ad at some position. For each block, you need to configure at least 3 basic settings. What? The code for the ad, HTML code for the banner, AdSense ad, Amazon ad, Media.net ad, where, page types for the placement insertion is enabled, homepage, posts, static pages, category pages, where exactly, the actual position on the page where ad inserter should place the ad, before paragraph, after content, in the footer, so on and so forth. Okay. This is a place where you paste the code you got from AdSense, Amazon, or any other ad network. For details, please check code editor. And do that. Enable page types. WordPress has different page types. Most used are homepage and posts. You need to enable at least one page type where you would like to place ads. Available positions for details. There's 2 basic approaches to place ads: automatic insertion or manual insertion. Okay, I want to do manual insertion. Button manual below the code editor opens settings for manual insertion. Widget enabled by default, shortcode or PHP function. Okay. Block name. Each block can be renamed. Click on the name for editing. Okay. First ad block. Plugin settings. Click on the left side. Settings. Add inserter. For example, for settings for ad before the second paragraph on all posts. Check your posts and you should see the test banner before the second paragraph. In case there is no banner, please check settings. Other documentation, try to use debugging to diagnose the problem. Add insert menu item into WordPress admin toolbar and debug functions. Code block, there are 96 of them. There's add code with settings which define where the ad will be inserted displayed. Each code block can be renamed and to edit it. Use code tools to generate or edit code. Code block has many independent insertion options. Enable at least one. Enable insertion on at least one WordPress page type. All positions for automatic insertions are available in all page types. It's not fully approved yet. Your website was not accepted, or your AdSense account was banned. In most cases, once Google approves your account, you'll get ads. Check also the troubleshooting page for more information. A lot of this information I'm probably going to need to kind of save for next time. Because I'm running out of time here, so I may need to kind of save a lot of this for next week. Okay. Okay. In block order, position where the block would be moved is highlighted. Order, click the save button. I mean, I don't know why you would want to reorder. You know, what's the point of reordering your filter blocks? Enter keywords in the search field on the left. You can also use partial block names, PHP, shortcode, or widget keywords to filter blocks. Enable respective functions. This list by default shows all active blocks. Show all blocks active and inactive. Click on the active all button. Keep the music going there. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so if you've disabled one particular, if you disabled something, then you can just kind of move it down to the very bottom or something like that. Okay. Um, okay. Code. Disable pause insertion. Monitor for mobile devices. Interesting. Okay. Code tools, code generator, banners, and import button. Let's see, placeholders. AdSense. Um, Okay, AdSimmer has also a simple code generator for Amazon ads. Here you can find data needed for the Amazon code. AMP ad, in most cases, best purchase. Simply paste Amazon ad code into the code window and then import the data from it. Shopping ads. Documentation for Amazon ad codes. Rotation editor. Or rotation code window. Timed rotation. Okay. So it's not whenever I see the word rotation, I think, wait, are they rotating the ad directly? Like, hey, you're seeing the upside, uh, you're seeing upside, it, on the right side, kind of thing, and then you rotate it and it goes on its side. No, it's probably rotation in terms of, um, uh, you're showing one particular ad and then you rotate out that ad for another one. So, um, so, um, rotation code editor, you can create also groups for rotation. You can switch your rotation groups. And next to remove ad buttons. Visual HTML editor. That's nice. Clipboard, of course. Export, import. That is, that's quite a bit right there. Um, let's see. Okay. So, um, now, one of the things that they mentioned there is the fact that I need to add in, I need to put in, uh, I need to basically connect, um, get specific ads and the like. So, nope. Okay. See, we have, some scripts here that, talking about, um, that's kind of associated with, like Google and Amazon and so on and so forth. So it's not something that, um, it's not something that, I can, I'm not going to be able to kind of go, hey, I want this to be Google. I want this to be Amazon or anything along those lines. Okay, um, let's see, one in the footer. Um, we can do left there. Um, let me go ahead and I don't know. I'm just kind of winging it right at the moment here. So um, just do like Google there, and then just do um, do Amazon and footer. Basically we're gonna have like, three different ads down at the very bottom there, or at least maybe. We'll see if it actually kind of works. Um, and then um, let's see. I'll just put this as miscellaneous for now. I'm gonna need to really kind of study up on um, what ads that I can uh, look into the AdSense and look on how I can actually um, add those in. So I mean, I do appreciate the quick starts and the like, but um, let's see. Um, Leave post chat, save settings. Um, hmm. Can I actually do this? Okay. Now, review. Well, that doesn't really help me too much. It's not really showing um, showing it on the page itself. Let's see. Hmm. Is it already being kind of inserted here? It is. Okay. But it's not really aligning it the way I kind of want it to. So pause these for now so we don't have those being shown. Wait, come on. I don't want this being shown on this main site. What the hell? Why isn't it working? Pause all those, please. Thank you. There we go. That was interesting. These worked, but these weren't. This one wasn't working. So that was interesting. A little bit of a slight bug there. So okay. Um, this might need to be kind of changed a little bit. I may need to kind of maybe do like a manual insertion on it. So because you know, having the the insert and alignment there isn't necessarily putting it where I kind of want it to be placed. You know, see if, for example, let me kind of make these. Let me unpause these again. Come on, unpause. Okay, so um, the way the site has them right now, I mean, I get it. This it's showing to the left, it's showing to the right, and it's showing center, and it's, you know, the uh, it's showing Google at the very top there. It's showing, Amazon to the right, and it's showing miscellaneous in the center there. I get it. Okay. Problem is that, you know, uh, I would want them to kind of be shown, like right here for Google, right there for Amazon, and right there for miscellaneous. So that's all. Um, so that's the reason why we're gonna pause these for now, because we don't want these showing up, on the main site for now. What we're gonna do is we're gonna modify this a little bit because I want to um, I want to be able to kind of see where each one of them is at. So for the most part, keeping the image for the most part. So we're gonna save the settings for now. And now we're going to look into how we're going to um, you know, add these ads into our website, um, and see what we can kind of do with it. Um, so, um, Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Page value may get errors in console and some page items be shown properly. Problem can be isolated to debug functions. Figure out which block interferes with page builder. Hmm. Okay. And position and post a static page, manually placing widget in a widget position or sidebar, modifying theme, PHP file, return add insert PHP function call, in order to insert add code into position, place short code, repeat, to install automatic and all post pages according to settings. WordPress widgets contain add content and features to the sidebar's widget positions support. Default widgets that come with WordPress for categories, content search, adds on widget for code blocks. Okay. 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 Um, yeah, we have a lot of content to kind of work on here to try to add these in. Okay, so next week when we come back to this, we're gonna need to look into, um, you know, uh, how to get Google ads on your website. So, um, we're gonna have to kind of, figure out how to um figure out the process of, uh, getting the code necessary to actually add these ads, into our respective positions on our website here. And, you know, well, again, I don't expect it to, you know, I, 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 I don't expect it to make that much money right now, um, especially seeing that technically it's not live. I, there's a lot to do for this to be a live website. Um, it's not going to hurt me to actually have those ads already available on the web page in their respective positions, and if they, work based off of, their overall, um, locations, and they stay that way, then we're going to be good. But for now, um, that's where we're gonna have to kind of deal with it um, later on. So, but I'm gonna have to kind of close on down here, there, folks. We're coming to the end of the stream here. So next week we're gonna like look more into, um, placing ads. Um, and uh, we'll start seeing how to, put these values into our um, add inserter here. And then we start working on trying to, uh, probably not going to be able to work on like uh, the insertion for, um, this is probably going to have to kind of be, disabled for now for each of these, because the footer isn't exactly where, um, isn't really working the way we kind of want it to work. So what we're probably going to want to do is we're probably going to need, the manual, and add in our blocks or whatnot uh, into the positions with, our Elementor. Okay, we already have some defaults that we've been trying to add into our pages. I have it set up so that the header and the footer are separate templates. Um, so uh, so what we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to edit our header and footer here to include, um, to include those new, to include the blocks, and hopefully that will work out the way I kind of want it to. Um, so, so that we'll probably have to kind of, wait until next week here to try to get that, um, handled. So, but for now, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for tonight. Like I said, this will have to kind of wait for next week. Sorry that it took. Um, sorry that it didn't really. Uh, I didn't do a ton of information here, but we have our rough draft for our database, so that's good. We're just gonna basically say, hey, this is done. We don't need to worry about that. So next week we're gonna be kind of focused on our inserting the ads, and then we're going to look at our plugins a little bit more. Um, we have um, contact forms here. We have, um, we're using the Max Mega menu. Could probably just go ahead and remove these themes that I have. I'm not really using them that much. Um, but probably going to want to, um, yeah, I'm going to need to look into this a little bit more again to try to get, um, membership subscriptions, plugins, and so on and so forth. Um, and I believe that also allows for login and the like. I believe I downloaded this for that particular reason. So member management and membership subscriptions. Um, so we're gonna try to work on this a little bit more so we can develop um, so when we come here and we click on Giver, it will go to the particular site for Giver, which will be the login screen, which you know should kind of be covered under the paid memberships pro, I believe. Um, if not, they provide a link to the memberships, which for paid subscriptions, which again I believe paid memberships covers, I believe. Um, it's been a while since I've touched upon this website, so I'm trying to remember everything about it for the most part. Um, and then, um, if it's their first time on the site, then it will get to a point where they're going to be, um, filling out the information, which I'm probably going to need specific forms for, which I believe that's what these contact forms were all about. I believe I downloaded these plugins for. So, hey there, Mikey. How you doing there, bud? What are you up to? I'm coming pretty close to a close pretty soon here, there, bud. I was working on my website here. Um, another, uh, this Mondays I do these finish what I started series. Um, I have a lot of things that I want to try to, learn more of or build or complete or something like that. You know, I started these up, but I never actually finished them. So I kind of gave myself like a list of things that I want to try to um, work on over time. And, um, so, every Monday now I'm doing um, you know, uh, so I haven't particularly posted these particular videos, at least, I haven't posted any of my work on this particular site on my YouTube page yet. So obviously, you know, uh, the description of it isn't there on my YouTube just yet. But the idea of this, um, I'm on my Twitter account and I see individuals out there that are saying, hey, we need some help. Um, we're looking for help. And then there's some individuals out there that are, willing to like put their money to help out certain individuals and the like. And I was thinking, well, okay, that's all well and good, but some people could use, different kinds of help. Okay, it might not always be necessary for um, it might not always be necessary for like monetary help. They might need help in terms of um, they might be like looking for sponsorships, or they might be looking for employment, or they just want people to donate to particular charities or nonprofits that they know of, or something along those lines. Okay. It might not always be, you know, something that they're kind of struggling with, like home loans or whatnot. Okay. Um, GoFundMe pages and so on and so forth. Okay. It might not always be monetary. So I figured I'd build a site where you have two two types of people. A person that is willing to give help, which I'm gonna basically need to charge them like a subscription in order to see information on the page, and those that need help. So, and a giver can also be a receiver as well. You know, so if a giver wants to, promote a particular charity, for example, they can definitely do that. Um, so so that's kind of the idea behind the site. Um, but obviously, there's a lot for me to kind of do in order to get that up and running. Login screens, subscriptions, um, storage of information, so on and so forth. Um, so um, had had a look at it, not much on it yet. WordPress, I do understand mostly. Yeah, you want to charge people to help others. Well, I mean, the charging. Okay, first off, this is supposed to be a not-for-profit company. Okay, meaning um, any money that I get for it is going into bills for the site. You know, uh, goes to my well-being and being, being able to, staying alive. Um, it also will be going to, if it gets to a point where um, it's paying for employee salaries and it's paying for, database, that it's paying for, if the site is paying for itself, okay, then any extra money that is being paid into it is going to be put into anyone else that needs to help. Okay, so um, so if we see some receivers here that has a GoFundMe, then any extra money that we get will be going to any of the receivers. So it's not like I'm going to be uh, doing a profit margin on this. Okay, it's meant to that there should be like no profit whatsoever. Okay. Um, the other factor is that I'm trying to keep the amount very low. Okay, in that um, um, so that the people that are willing to help out aren't spending like a fortune to do so. Okay. Um, wouldn't it make more sense to have people who need help be charged? No, because they might be the people that might need help, like the people that are saying, hey, um, you know, my house got like majorly damaged in a natural disaster or something like that. They're probably tight on money. Okay, they might have they're probably putting all their money into trying to fix their house or something like that. Why would I charge a receiver on asking for help? It's like it's like going up to a homeless person and saying, "Hey, you need some help? Oh, great. Well, give me some money and I'll help you out." See what I'm saying? It doesn't really make any sense. I'm not going to charge a receiver for asking for help. Okay. Um, but in order for the giver to see who needs the help, because some of this information here can be fairly sensitive data. I don't want unscrupulous people coming onto the website and downloading emails and the like. So I'm making a small gateway to prevent unscrupulous people to come into the website and get these potential emails or whatnot. Okay. Um, so I'm doing a small fee for those that are able to provide help. So um, uh, makes more sense than asking money from the helpers who might also have little money. Well, that's what I'm saying is that I'm trying to keep it fairly low, so um, you know, but help not specifically money. Yeah, I mean, it can also be manual labor, food, whatever. No, I mean, don't get me wrong, okay? I would love for the idea that um, I would love for the idea that um, this site is is making enough money on ads that I don't necessarily need to charge a subscription for it. And that might be the case, okay? It might get to that point where the ad revenue here is paying enough for um, for employee salaries. It might be making enough to pay for database maintenance. It's paying enough to pay for the site itself. Okay. Um, so I would love for the ads to get to that point. Okay. And it might get to that point. Okay. Um, and if that happens, then as as an owner for this particular site, then I will completely remove the subscriptions. Okay. I won't be needing the subscriptions if the ad revenue is making enough to handle, employee salaries and, um, you know, um, maintenance for the site itself. Okay, so, um, but right now it might not be at that point. So, um, so that's why I have the giver, uh, the the people that might have the ability to help out. I'm gonna be charging them a subscription fee uh, in order to access information, okay, which could potentially be sensitive. So, um, like for example, you know, employment with a person's actual resume, okay. Um, I don't necessarily want to be handing a person's um, resume out there without their express permission. Okay, so that's the reason why I try to have this little gate, this toll booth, you might say, in order to be able to kind of search through this information. Now, I could set it up in a way where people might be able to see like maybe some information being displayed. Um, like I might say, hey, we have this particular, you know, this person's name here, and they might have like, I might show like their small note concerning their concern or something along those lines. I don't know. I'm gonna have to kind of think about that a little bit more to make sure that, I don't want, you know, I'm gonna need to like, give the receivers warning that, these could potentially be seen by non-givers, for example. Okay, I might put in like a search feature for just basically anyone that might be able to kind of look on this and go, hey, uh, you know, uh, this person, like first name needs, sponsorship, and that's about it. That's about as much as I show along those lines. So, um, most likely the people who offer help have a bit of money, but here in Holland we have a site that basically does the same. It connects people who need help with helpers, offer to help people with PC problems, but people might feel more incentive to learn and appreciate the help if they pay a little for it. I mean, um, like I said, in the end, it would, uh, uh, it would be great if, well, okay, it would be great if, once that this site is built, that we don't necessarily need to worry too much about it. The the main reason why I'm doing it this way is to remove potential negative users, okay? The people that are just in it for themselves, okay? They don't care about the receivers, okay? They want to get as much information that they can in order to get to help themselves, okay? I'm going to try to limit that information as much as I possibly can. I'm trying not to like store credit cards, you know, uh, receiver's address or anything along those lines. Okay, I'm trying to keep that hidden for the most part. Okay, so if a negative user, if someone comes in that's unscrupulous or let's say evil, comes in and says, hey, I want to gather up everybody's email address so they can sell it, for their own profit, then, I'm trying to do the subscription to kind of, um, basically stop it from happening, stopping them from, they would have to pay in order to gain access to it. But again, you know, um, they might be making enough money to justify that. I don't know. Um, so um, that's the main reasoning behind the subscription for the most part. Okay. Um, I mean, it helps it helps the site out. It helps this site be continue to be a not-for-profit company. You know, it'll pay for the site, and if I need if I can if it starts building up into a point where I start making a if it starts like paying for my own salary, and it starts you know gets to a point where it could start paying for like another employee, or something along those lines, then I can start adding additional people into the site to make it better. And um, so if this could help out with that, then that's good as well. Again, like I said, if the ads pay for the site and everybody that works for the site, then great. Um, but uh, but this is going to be built so that we're not going to have any kind of profit whatsoever. Um, the money that we bring in will be paying for the salaries of everybody that works on the site itself, the the data management or the storage, the database storage, and any extra money that doesn't fill those particular requirements and whatnot. You know, um, obviously it's going to be a company, so there's a lot more factors in it that I don't know about. I mean, I'm a programmer here. I don't know much about business. Um, so, but I do know that obviously there's more factors than what I'm just talking about right now. Okay. I'm 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 not dumb, but I'm dumb. um, so, um, but I know there's more than what I'm just stating to run a company than what I've already kind of mentioned. Okay. Um, health insurance, dental insurance, whatnot, 401ks, these are all potential for the company itself to kind of um, incentivize the workers. Okay. Um, and then, um, obviously it, it's a not-for-profit, so there's not going to be any kind of stocks in it. So, so that's not that, don't need that. Um, but, um, but any additional money made um, over that bottom line, like, you have all your expenses on the list, of everything, paying salaries, paying for, the site, paying for database and so on and so forth. You obviously got a bottom line to it. Okay. If the subscriptions and the ads generate enough revenue to cover that and more, then that and more will be going to the receivers. So, um, uh, no, I heard three of your Let's Finish series. You're a smart guy, but you need help. Oh yeah, I know I'll be needing help on this. um, so I mean, um, this Twitch team itself, I can't handle, you know, the um, the Twitch team itself um, is something, or the stream team itself is going to be something that um, I can't handle all those sub teams on the team itself. Okay, so I know I'm going to be needing some extra help with the team. Okay, that's why there's multiple different sub teams on there. Okay, and that's why I say for that particular team, um, uh, if you need, you know, I'm not going to be able to if the team starts growing and growing and growing, and there's no one helping out in the sub teams, then the team is probably gonna fail. Okay, because that's too much for just one person to handle. Okay, that's why I created those sub teams. Okay, to try to help out on some of those ideas that the team is going to be kind of handling. Okay, um, this website. Okay, I know at some point in time that I'm going to need some help trying to manage this company at some point. Okay. Um, trying to make sure that the income coming in is taxed properly. That, um, I want this site to grow in such a fashion where, I actually have site designers, people that kind of look at this particular header and go, we can do this so much better. Let's put some art in there. Okay, let's fashion it a little bit better so that it looks nicer. Okay, um, and I get that. Okay, um, so um, so I'm not at that point where I'm not gonna basically say hey, I'm gonna do this all by myself and I can do everything by myself. No. No, that's you know, I would be absolutely stupid thinking along those lines. So, um, and um, one of the things about the Twitch team is that um, I made it in such a way where, while I may be like the best person for the team in terms of vision, I might not be the best person in leading the team. Okay, and I get that. Okay, um, so that's the reason why I kind of put a voting system in for the leader of the team. Okay, so that if anyone feels that they could lead the team better, then they can put their name in for others to kind of vote on. And they may be better suited for leading the team than I am. Okay, I'm you know I'm not so I know that there could potentially be better leaders than myself for the stream team. So as long as they hold to the vision of what the team is all about, okay, then there shouldn't be any problems. If someone wants to take up the mantle and continue running with it. Okay. But, they need to share in that vision as well. Okay. So, um, you know, same with this particular not-for-profit company. I know, as a programmer, I might not be able to um, lead the not-for-profit company into something outstanding. Okay, and I get that. Okay, um, so I may be a founder, but I might not be the best person to lead it into like the next stage of its lifetime, if you understand what I'm saying. So, and that's fine with me. I don't mind that. Okay, if someone can take, if someone wants to take this, you know, to the next level, then I'm okay with it, as long as I'm still with the company. Okay, I don't necessarily want people looking at me and going, you know, you've you've done everything that you want to do. Get out of here. We don't need you anymore. That would kind of hurt. Okay, um, that would hurt a lot. Um, where will you find people to go into your team? Anyone is welcome. Any, basically, I've asked people, I basically stated, for the stream team, anyone that shares that particular vision is always welcome. Whether or not they stream or not, anyone is welcome on the team. You know, they just need to fill out the application, submit it, I'll review it, and we go from there. So, um, you know, if they're interested in a particular sub team, I mean, there's plenty of room right now. there's, uh, it's just me and a friend of mine right at this moment in time. That's on the team. So there's a lot of room for expansion. Okay, when it comes to the stream team. Okay, so um, if it starts getting to a point where it starts getting a lot of people and the subgroups getting a lot of people in them as well, then it might be a little bit harder. Um, but that's not now. So, um, um, yeah, that sucks, man. People can be horrible. Yeah. I remember in my last year of college, um, the year previously, um, we had the computer science club, and uh, they were looking for people to take on, the president, vice president, the treasurer, and the secretary of the club. No one was putting their name in for the vice president, and um, basically three of my good friends at the time, um, and another guy that I kind of knew, and I got to know him fairly well during that year, but um, because we hung out quite a bit during that club year. Um, Two of my friends wanted to be president. One of my friends said, "Okay, I can be secretary," and I think the treasurer for the year prior decided that he had no problem continuing with treasurer. So we were like, "Oh, okay." So I put my name in for vice president, and we were like, "On, okay, great, we got voted in. What do you got for us?" And they said, "Have fun with it." We're like, "Wait, what? You don't, what, where's all of our? Do you guys have anything to kind of help us out? How how do we run the club? How, what do you do with the club? You know, what's this all about? And I don't remember them handing us anything, to be honest, when I came to the club. So we saw it and we were like, there's nothing here. There's absolutely nothing here. We can pretty much do whatever we want with the club, and you know, um, and we're like, this doesn't really work for an organization. Let's make it better. So, um, so I, you know, the two friends that won president, obviously won the presidency over the other. Okay, but the one friend still wanted to contribute to the club. So, um, so what we did, we kind of sat down and we kind of put some ideas of what we wanted to do with the club. We just kind of sat down like week to week, trying to figure out, ideas of how we wanted to build the club up. We rebuilt the constitution, or the club's charter, I guess you might say. We added 4 new positions into the club, um, which allowed for our one friend that wanted to be president. We gave him an official position in the club. Um, and we tried to, we discussed, how we were going to host club meetings and so on and so forth, club meetings, events, so on and so forth. All this time we're like documenting all of it. We're making documents, we're making calendar, um, notifications, which we kind of set them up as like annual, like, today, every year, for the next couple of years, this particular event could happen. And I knew, obviously it was going to be my one and only year as vice president for the club. So, but the idea was that if we built a strong enough foundation, then the next couple of years after it should be perfectly fine. They can take what we had and run with it. Um, and I expected changes and so on and so forth. I mean, everybody does. I mean, whenever new leadership steps in, things are going to be done differently based off of that particular leader. But if you have a strong enough foundation, then, you know, if it's a good, solid foundation, if it's something that people are happy with, then the next leader doesn't necessarily need to change much. I mean, they can still add their own little touch into it or something like that. They can add um, uh, their own spice into the club and so on and so forth. But I mean, if you have a solid foundation, yeah, I got a solid foundation, something that they can build off of. So we got through the year. It was a little rough because um, uh, I made the suggestion that um, we could do a club meeting um, once every other week. So club meeting, skip a week, club meeting, skip a week, club meeting, skip a week, club meeting, skip a week. That kind of thing. Um, but you know the because I didn't want people, and I wanted people to come to the meetings and have fun. Okay, get some extra information, learn ways of doing code, but they can still have a good time in those club meetings and not necessarily forget about it. One of the worst feelings is having like a monthly meeting and forgetting that that one particular day is the meeting for the club. So I suggested, every other week should be fine. Well, that was kind of rough on my friends, and I admit that. But at the same time, everybody had a good time, so it was difficult but fun. So um, but the next year, the next officers were voted on and came um, into the club, and I was spending my time, coming into the club meetings, enjoying. They slowed down the club meetings, which is understandable. It's perfectly fine. That was their prerogative. But then they started going, Jim, why are there calendar, notifications on these? And I was like, they're just there for if you guys want to take that particular idea and do it again if you want. They're like going, are you trying to, um, are you trying to, um, force your will on our club? Or, something along those lines. I'm like going, no, that wasn't the point of it. You know, I, you know, you're in the position now. Why, I have no say on that. If you want to change it, be my guest. We just added there for your use. It's there for you. If you want to use it, go ahead. If you want to remove it, that's also your prerogative. I have no say in that whatsoever. But, you know, if you want to see the fact that we did, a board game night on this particular week, you know, you could do, you can make it an annual tradition or something like that. Or, you can do something special for it, or you can change it or something. I had, um, I had no say in it, like kind of calendar reminders and to do things and stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Uh, I had like a yearly calendar, or we had the calendar for our own purposes, and I set it up so that it would remind our like email accounts, well the position email accounts um, that they would that this particular event was happening on this particular week. But they saw it as me trying to enforce these particular events on the next, um, you know, on the year after or anything along those lines. And that was never my intention on that. You know, I was doing it in such a way where it was just, hey, this is what we did last year at this particular time, because of reasons. Maybe it was because um, we didn't want to do like a picnic during the middle of winter or something along those lines. We wanted, um, we did more like, board game night, video game night, coding night, or something along those lines, during like the winter months because it was more indoor activities, um, versus when we started getting more into the spring or summer months where it's perfectly nice weather to go out and do like picnics or swimming or so on and so forth. Okay. Um, but they saw that as me trying to force these particular events on them. And I'm like, no, that's not the reasoning behind this, you know. Um, so um, I kept on just kind of going to the meetings, and the president was like saying, "Hey Jim, you want to go and come up and do um, this one website that I was kind of showing the rest of um, the degree holder, the people, the students. Um, there was this one website that I like to show off because it was kind of showing programming errors that people did, and, just as a sense of, hey, you know, as when you become a programmer, don't do this. um, kind of mentality. Um, so the leader, was still kind of appreciating the fact that I was still kind of willing to try to help out, during the meetings. But at the same time, I was like going, hey, you know, I'm not vice president now. I really need to kind of take a step back from you guys. Um, I don't want to step on anyone's toes. Um, so I graduated during the fall, not during the spring, so I didn't go through a full year with them. And I talked with them and I said, hey, let me know if you guys want me to show up for your meetings or something like that. Let me know when these meetings are, and I'll show up. As an alumni, I don't mind coming back and showing you guys some support. And the vice president, said, we don't want your support. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, Basically he said, don't don't bother, don't show up. And it hurt. Because these were people that I considered my friends, and they basically treated me like I was trash. It felt like so. Um, so put a lot of work and effort into the club only to be treated like nothing afterwards, and you know it did hurt. So, but I mean, I left and didn't look back on it. If, who knows what the club is doing nowadays? Don't really care. um, but that was their decision. They thought that I was intruding on their club a little too much, I guess. That was never my intention, but that's on them, you know. So in the end, it says only things about them, nothing about you. Doesn't mean it didn't hurt, of course. Yeah, basically. Um, I pretty much cut my ties with a good majority of them, to be honest. I stayed in contact with, one of my good friends from there for a while. We started trying to work on a video game ourselves, but I guess, because of everything that I was dealing with, um, you know, I just kept on getting, uh, I was having a hard time, and I guess my friend Ryan didn't really want to deal with that anymore, I guess. So, I asked him one time, hey, you want to, get together and we can continue working on the game? And he's like, no, I think I'm good. I'm like, that's the first time that I ever actually heard, Ryan say that. He was always down for programming. So, oh well. So, I have gone way over my, way over where I normally stream. But, uh, but that, telling a story. So, um, but I know that, uh, you know, I might not make the best of leaders. So the idea is to build a good foundation so it anyone that can be the leader can carry the mantle without too much difficulty. So that goes for both the stream team and this website. So uh, um not completely. Um so I mean, I tried to, you know, meet up with him a little bit more to try to work on it, but I guess he felt like I couldn't like contribute enough, or I was thinking about things that um, he felt that I shouldn't initially be thinking about. Um, because I was kind of thinking about, um, you know, um, company name as well, while we were kind of just, you know, kicking around and stuff like that. So, um, I had a lot of other topics that my mind was kind of trying to work around, like, you know, programming out a game is one thing, but you still have to have a company behind that game, like the game studio to kind of promote, like, so if we make our game, we should have, like a logo, you know, a the game studio name so that we can say, you know, this is ours. We built that. So, um, but I don't think he appreciated that too much. He didn't really care for that. He was, he's once told me that that didn't really matter right at the very start of our development because, um, we can worry about that, when we're getting near the end of actually um, promoting it. And I was like, this is easy stuff though. You know, we can actually get some of that done. So, um, but it is what it is. I think I understand your mind thinks too big. I mean, I guess, you know, um, I have some, you know, I have quite a few ideas that I want to kind of do, but I don't have the um, I don't have the resources to do them, to work on them, to try to see them out, to actually kind of do what I kind of want to do with it. Um, so before starting a project, write a project plan and stick to it. Pretty much. That was the thing with the game company is that we didn't really have a project plan. We were just um, I felt from Ryan that he just kind of wanted to wing it, and I was like, let's try to establish something a little bit more on it. Let's try to work on something. Work on what you know, work on something to make it last. But I don't think he appreciated that too much. He just wanted to get the project done and out, it felt like. So, and I wanted to try to uh, make sure that, you know, all the right. I mean, there were certain points that he was making that made sense, and I understand that. Um, you know, um, but there were points where I was like going, hey, well, like for example, any money that we were making, I was like going, hey, he was stating, we put the money right back into the company. I'm like going, well, we are the company, so we need to kind of survive ourselves. So, you know, we're basically going to be paying ourselves a salary, which is paying into the company. But he was like, "Oh, no, you're that's not how it works." I'm like, so, um, so I don't know. It didn't work out, and you know, we just kind of parted ways. So, um, now I'm building the game on Sundays and making a website on Mondays. So, but I really do need to kind of close on down here. This is getting pretty long. Um, so as I talked about earlier, I do have an application for the Twitch team, or the not the Twitch team. It's not an official Twitch team yet. We don't have a partner yet for the team to be an official Twitch team yet. So I'm calling it a stream team. Um, that is down below on my Twitch about page. So feel free to check that out if you want. There's a link in the application page for the Google document that explains everything about what the team is for. I've already kind of talked with Mikey a bit about what the team is supposed to be about. Um, that should be explained fairly well enough in the document. Um, so if it's something that you you enjoy, if it's something that you feel that the it resonates with you, fill out the application, submit the application. I'll review it, and I'll send you an email on whether or not the your application is is accepted. Whether or not we want you on the team. For those of you that are selfish, that you don't care about others or something like that, then obviously probably not the best team for you. So um, the team is all about trying to help everybody else out on the team. Okay. Um, if there's a non-streamer that wants to become a streamer but doesn't know exactly how to, that's, the team is there to try to help that particular person out. Okay. If there's a particular streamer that is trying to figure out ways on how to improve their content, that's what the team is about. Okay. If you have a particular event that you want to promote, team is there for that as well. There's multiple different subgroups available to help out everybody that's on the team. Okay, you know, specifically streamers, but obviously, you know, non-streamers could get some help as well. So that's all available on the stream team. So check it out, and hopefully I'll see your name on the application page. Um, all these streams, all these videos are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch about page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below on my Twitch about page, showing you what the games that I play um, during the week, the coding streams that I do every Sunday, as well as these Finish What I Started series on Mondays. So if any of that interests you, then stop on by during those days, during that window of time. Say hi in the chat, much like Mikey And oh, who else? Who else? Who else? I'm blanking on their name. Who also was talking? Oh, come on, Streamlabs, work with me here. Why are you lagging on me? Party. Party, thank you for stopping on by. Appreciate it. Also want to thank Pete Williamson for the follow. Let's see. Is there anyone else that followed today? No, not today. Okay. Um, but wanted to thank Pete for following as well. So, um, Jedi's here. I didn't see his, I didn't see his post. I didn't see him talking. But then again, he could be here. Um, I can see him in the users in chat, so maybe he's lurking, um, which is perfectly fine. If you want to say hi, that's perfectly fine. If you're lurking, that's perfectly fine as well. Um, no, you're thinking about names. Gotcha. No, it was Island. So, um, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it for tonight. So thank you very much for watching there, folks. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.